Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Happy Tuesday. I hope that you guys had a good start to the week. We are here. A couple of updates in my world. The plumber actually came. Yay. We just got a quote for now, so the kitchen has been repaired. My dad managed to sort that one out. He managed to sort out that leak, but we got a quote now for changing the shower and fixing up the 40 years ago's dismal installation, so that is going to be happening sometime in the run of this week. Yay! I won't be using my parents' shower anymore. Yay! And yeah, all in all, that is something that is making life infinitely better in my world. Knowing, okay, things are getting fixed. So yay, happiness there. It's been a little bit of a wild day in my end with things going... How can I phrase this? I did a lot of deliveries today in terms of what we finished up yesterday, so that went well. Stuff got good reception, so I'm very grateful for that. And we got feedback on a bunch of stuff, so now we can make another good splash at a whole bunch of stuff in the queue, and yeah, let's see how this day goes. So on the cards in the plan, blah, is that we are going to try and finish Zany's 15-minute sketches. I've got references now for poses, so I've got an idea of what to do there. And then we are going to significantly be working on the character design for Pessimistic Hype. We've got feedback on that as well, so we're going to be continuing with those refinements too. Glad to hear you made a lot of progress this week. Yes! Progress is fun. Progress is always something that makes you feel like, I am actually doing something with my life. Yes. No, I'm not in weird places mentally on that. That's just... Progress is always nice. It feels good seeing things getting checked off of the to-do list. It feels good seeing, okay, I've actually accomplished stuff. And that is always a nice feeling. So yes, that is what is on the cards. Keith Manta, good to see you. I spotted you sent a message earlier as well, except I did not yet have my streamer bot open, so it didn't fall through. To where I can actually see my collated chat. But yes, that is where we're at. Woo! I hope that you're doing well. Yes, so progress on a lot of fronts. It's grand. I did actually eat something. So I sit here fed. It wasn't a steak, but it was just as good, so hey. Maybe if I am lucky and there is money in the house, we can maybe buy steak for the weekend. We'll see. I think my dad is also in the mood for switching on a fire. But yes. So that is what is on the game plan, is to do those two things. Oh yeah, and we also did the art fight thing yesterday, and that got delivered. And it got a good reception as well, so yay! Might look at another one. We'll see. I'm either going to do another art fight attack, or I'm going to work on original character thing, because there's an idea that's roughly floating around in my head, but I need to kind of concept a character out for it. And I don't know. I have a half an idea, And if it goes the way that I want it to go, it's gonna look really cool. So we'll see. We'll see. It might just be a really big picture, though. It might just be a really, really, really big picture. But anyway, let's dive straight in. There we go. So this is Hype's thing. I did just send him a message. Wait, I just want to check which I want monitor off Clip Studio on. There we go. Just needed to toggle my sources there for a second. I just want to check. If I am lucky, then he'll see my last messages to him within the next 2 hours. The barbecue for my mother's birthday I mentioned the other day went pretty good as well. We had hot dogs, chicken wings, tuna, and macaroni salad. Ooh. Ooh. Yummy. Yeah, a good tuna salad is always a winner as well, honestly. Wait, I just need to switch on my graphics tablet. Thingamawidget, I forget the word now. Blah, it's fine. Okay. Driver, that's the word I was looking for. Okay. And it is now functional. Yay! Okay. So let's start with Zany and then we'll come back to the others. Let me just quickly open up his reference again, just so that I don't make mistakes. I've got an idea of what he looks like, but I've not yet completely memorized Zany's character design. So let's just open that up. There we go. And drop this over here. Just want to make sure that I've got everything visible in a way that makes sense. And lastly, check the briefing to make sure that I'm not missing important information. Okay, the submission. Check the chat. Okay, so that's for that one. Okay, now let's grab our sketch brush. There we go. And where is my timers? Over here. Okay. We're good to go. We're good to go. Okay, we're good to go. I did not have enough time to make sure I had everything open up before I started stream, sadly. Here we go. Let's think. Can't tell here. Hold up. No. There we go. I'm not happy with this at all, so we start again. Was not happy with how that one was going. Let's go with... let's try something a little bit wilder. Why? Because we can, right? Something like that is immediately looking more interesting. So that's better. Now let's just get this placement a bit better. Alright. So that anatomy makes more sense. Kelix, hello, I am Speed, welcome in. How are you doing? This is a very dynamic pose. Yay! Yes, I enjoy dynamic poses. Very, very, very much. I tried another one earlier, but it bored me to death. So, I did not feel comfy continuing it. Can I just say? Yeah? I love your style. It just looks so nice every time. Oh, thank you! Thank you. I am glad if you're liking it. Okay, so now we've got this sorted. Now we need to start actually refining this down. So at this angle, the corner of the jaw is going to be less pronounced. Okay. Nope. Weird, I'm missing the option to play audio from my speakers for some reason. Are they plugged in? First question. Wonder if Windows booted up wrong? Yeah. If they are plugged in, you might need to just unplug and replug. Because sometimes what happens is the actual socket where you plug them in gets a little tired. It's a laptop speaker? I hope they're connected. Oh, laptop speakers. Oof. Yeah. Okay, if it's a laptop speaker, then yeah, you might need to just reboot your machine. Because then it might, if it's not, if you can't find it, you can't find your speakers anywhere, it won't let you play from them, then it might be a driver issue from boot up. Rhea, did you ever watch the Steins Gate anime? I have not. I've not. It's in my to-start list, but I've not actually had a chance to sit down and give it a shot. Because it's one that I heard about arbitrarily, but I've actually got no idea what it's actually about as I sit here. Please, no spoilers. I've got a bunch that's in my to-start list that I've just not gotten to yet. Are you one of those people that only has time to watch stuff while they're eating? Oh, I am one of those people who only has time to watch stuff when I actually specifically make time to watch stuff, because I cannot eat and watch a thing at the same time. I have tried. I cannot eat while watching a thing at the same time. Like, if I want to watch something, I need to specifically say, okay, the thing that I am doing is watching the thing. Because otherwise, if I'm trying to multitask watching a thing, what ends up happening is that neither gets the attention that it deserves, and then I miss half of the story, and yeah, I don't eat. Because of the ADHD? Probably, once again, mine is completely undiagnosed, so if it's really there, then that's probably the reason behind that. But like, I'm 90% sure that that would probably have something to do with it. It's also why I don't actually get as much of an opportunity to watch the streamers that I'd want to watch as well, is because I actually need to dedicate and put aside the time for it, and it's not always easy to find the right gap. You're being too hard on yourself? Maybe. But I do know that for a fact that I struggle to focus watching stuff, and it annoys me sometimes. That there are things that I want to be able to enjoy, and I just can't keep my train of thought going for more than 5 minutes before I need to pause and let the tangent brain do its thing for a while. Most streamers would love to have you, even if you don't say much, and just have them on in the background as you do something. Yeah. Like, I'd love to be there as well. It's just that I'm in the VOD squad because of when people are live for the most part. Because I know what you mean. I have the same feeling there. I also appreciate it when I've got lurkers. Lurkers, I see you. I appreciate you. You don't need to speak up. But yeah, it's just... I feel a little bit bad about not getting to the things. Like, as far as entertainment goes, the only entertainment I actually interact with really is reading my webtoons, like on the regular. And that because I am completely in control of the timing. If something puts me in a tangent, I don't have to pause it. I can just put the phone down for a second or three, let my brain do its thing, and then continue with life. Greetings, Rhea. Sneaking off for work for a second to watch you fantastic stream and let you know that I responded to your message. Okay, thank you, Hype. Keep up the absolute fantastic work and have a great stream. Thank you! Thank you. Best of luck with the rest of your shift. I hope that it goes well. Okay. This sketch is completely going over time, but you know what? It's the first one of the day. That is to be expected. And also, this is kind of a hectic one, and I'm spending all of the time on the focal point, which is the face. So, you know what? We deal. Look at this beautiful masterpiece you just made. It was like nothing. I'm glad if you're liking it. Okay, and overtime. Here we go. Okay, and that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. I will do so myself as soon as I have got this sketch sorted. Okay. Almost got it. Almost got it. Ack! Okay, I know I'm over time completely. Okay. But I'm happy that it's actually looking like something decent. It's over time, but it looks okay. So that's a win. Let's go to 25 here. And just quickly do some basics. And 50. That's gonna be there. Okay, copy. Okay. And 74. Joshua, you thought you were safe, but I lurk in the shadows, ready to assault you with flowers. Flowers for me? Thank you. Greatly appreciated. How are you doing, Joshua? Okay. That's that one. Done. I'm doing alright, and you do a really good job with the faces. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just grinding lead code and crying eternally. Oh, man. You have my condolences for the grinding. But if it keeps you fresh, then it's worth it. Just one of those brain not work so good days. They happen. They happen. I understand very, very, very well. Oh wait, we had a hydrate that I need to still take. Whoopsie. Okay. Pose number next. Let's do another sort of a combat-y pose. Because those are fun. You keep up the work, though. I shall be lurking about. Okay, Joshua, thank you for the lurks. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Let me see. What does hype say here? One second. Okay. So I might need to change plans a little bit in terms of hype stuff, because there's some stuff that I want to actually discuss with him live. He's currently at work. So, let me just ask him when he gets off shift. Cool, okay. Communications for now sorted. Let's go for number next. Or maybe. Okay, I've got an idea. Let's see if I can execute this. This one will be very facial focused. Kind of want to take up a lot of page here. Okay. This one is going to be very expression centric, I think. As well. And I want to sort of give the idea of gravity pulling that way. help if I didn't have mess in the way. Let's just adjust this. There we go. This nose placement has a massive, massive, massive impact on the overall appearance of the face. So. Getting that in place properly. Okay. Uncheck 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, that works. Time check, 4 minutes. So far, so good. Okay, time check. So far, so good. Okay. This needs to be 50. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. And we are on overtime. Okay. And no, not 25. I want this to be 75. And now 25. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to grab outside here. by 1, invert. Alright, go 25. Full. Nope, 75. Full. Multiply. And 50. There we go. Time. There we go. Now that I think about it, this is probably the first time we've actually had light gore on the channel. Funny how that works out, huh? First time we've actually had light gore on the channel. I guess you weren't expecting that today. Whoopsie. I kind of wasn't expecting that either. I promise the next picture is going to be more wholesome. Whoops. Okay, so that is number 2 for the day sorted. How are we all holding out? There we go. Gonna leave it at that. Save. Okay. Okay, number lost is gonna be a lot more wholesome, I promise. Okay. I actually know what I want to do with this one too. So, this is a very, very much abnormal one because I got asked very nicely to draw both Zany and Adeline in the same picture. So instead of being 2 separate pictures, that's going to be one. I don't draw ship art for various reasons. But I do not mind character interactions per se. So, with this one, I've opted for a pose that is appropriate for the relationship in question without breaking my comfort zone about art that is quote-unquote shippy. Because that opens up illustrations for the side of the internet that I really don't want to get into, so and community nightmares that I really don't want to get into. So, let us get this one rolling. Okay, let's roll with that. Get the elbows a little bit closer to the shoulders there. I really want to give the impression of weight overlapping here. Scale. Okay. Now let's tidy this up. Now, because this one is technically two 15-minute spots together, I'm gonna run our 15-minute timer twice on this one as well. So let's see how this one goes. Okay, something like that. Clean this up a little bit. Eek, nope. Getting there, getting there. Now over here, let's clean up arms first. Time check, 6 minutes on our first timer. There we go. Okay. Time check, 4 minutes. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Uncheck 2 minutes left on this timer. Okay. And when I hit the 2 minute, when this last 2 minutes is over, I'm just going to pause a second before opening the second 15-minute timer. Because I just want to actually open up Adeline's reference as well, because there's also stuff here that I could. Okay, so now I'm just going to quickly open up her reference while we've got the time up on the first 15 minutes. Open. Adeline. And drop her in there. And refresh. There we go. Next 15 minutes live. Something like that. Something like so. Okay. Yeah, that. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And take a sip. Time check, 9 minutes, okay. Okay, so far so good. we go. That works, that works. There we are. Time check, 6 minutes. Okay. Okay, now hair. Adeline's hair. 4 minutes left on the clock. Yeah! Time check, 2 minutes. Now here we can go with start with this. Okay. And copy. There we go, there we go. And 75, there we go. Yeah. Time check. We are actually out. Whoops. I forgot to look at the clock. Oh man. But we're there. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Whew! Zany sketch is done. Woo! What I do want to do though is just quickly do something for a little bit of depth here, because this is just a little bit flat. There we go. Phew. Okay, save button. I think we're there. I think we're there. That is Zany's 5 sketches done. Yay! Let me just quickly move those in my commissions thing. Buy workflow. Drop these into ready for export. There we go. Alright. I hope we are all surviving. Okay. So, happiness is with that batch. I will sign this later. Oh, just took one of the hydrates that I missed. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go over to the hype. I want to hide here. Now we're looking at this batch of iterations. What I want to do is I want to grab here, and I just want to check with the feedback that we got. Okay. So we're going to do a couple of A/B comparisons. What I want to do is I want to grab 4C, copy, edit, change canvas size. I'm just going to stretch this along. Okay, duplicate layer. Iteration 5A, duplicate, and 5B. No. Okay, note gets cleared. So first things first, let us revisit the circles, because that is one of the things that Hype said that he liked, but kind of didn't make the cutting board in this iteration. But if we make it smaller, obviously it's not even at the moment. But this is just roughs at the moment, so it's possible, I guess. All about capturing the idea at this stage, so okay, that splits the difference nicely, and it still looks subtle enough, I think. Okay, great. Then we wanted to try this color. Over on these. And this one in there. All right. Let us copy that. Paste. Get that. There we go. It's number 9. There we go. Undo that. Pull. There we go. And the gold again. Okay. And that is point number 6. No? Okay. Noted. Come over here. Grab this. Unlock. Okay, and here. And that's a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. Oh. Slowly but certainly we're starting to get there. I almost wonder. Is the little chain gonna be overkill? Possibly. Although this is asking for a tailoring line. Undo. Let me think. Am I being the dumb? Seam, yes. Through the pocket, no. Through the top pocket, no. But adding the seam visibly does give it a little bit more structure. Okay. I don't think I'm going to need to show a jacket off version of that because those two mirror rather well. They don't clash visually in the absence of the other, I don't think. Save. Okay. So that is that for now. We'll see what happens when Hype gets here, because he's on his way back from work by now, it seems. So you should be able to get feedback from him soon-ish. Okay. So while we're waiting for Hype to arrive and tell us if we are on the right track with that, I'm going to start another picture. And this one. I'm going to be kind of concepting something out. The character in question is one that I've not got solidified in my head yet. But what I do know that I want to do is I want to definitely change my page dimensions because I want to do something weird here. So first things first, grab white and fill. And go copy, edit, create new from clipboard, edit, change canvas size, pixels, uh, 1920 by 80. Okay. Here, edit, canvas size, in pixels, grab the height value, copy, edit, change resolution, height value, paste, okay. Now go change canvas size, width, copy that value, cancel, come over here, edit, change canvas size, change width value. There we go. This is a bigger than usual canvas, but I want to do something really big, so I want mass. File, save as. This is going to go into my folder with this is going to go into Misthaven. I'm going to just give it today's date for now. 2025-07-15. I can change the file name and where it's saved later. For now, that'll do. Now I'm going to get rid of that layer. And I'm going to go File, Time-lapse, uncheck record, delete and turn off. File, time-lapse, record time-lapse, switch that back on so that it only starts recording now. Okay. View, crop mark off. What I want to do is I want to show my crop mark again. Cancel. Because I want to throw in a symmetry ruler firstly, right in the middle. There you go. Now I can hide that. Now the reason for the symmetry ruler is because I want to do something wild with perspective. Again, are we surprised with me and wanting to do wild things with perspective? What is going to be weird is that I'm going to be doing something that is more about a chair. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to grab this and get rid of the excess. I sort of want to put a little bit of a fisheye in the background. Because I've not done something with a fisheye yet, and that is bugging me, that I've not attempted a fisheye illustration. So, hey, may as well give it a shot, right? Now, over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this a cupboard. One. Shelves like that, okay. All right. I feel like I can push this a little bit more. Okay. Now, what I want to do Let's think. I want to open with in terms of scaling, let's start probably smaller than what I'm going to want. Now, I'm just going to pose this out. What I want to do here. I'm just posing this out. So I'm probably going to need to tweak. I've got everything set up. So I'm sitting on the edge of the chair a little bit, so once we get a sense. I really want to give a sense of lounging in this thing. What I want to do is I want to make the chair smaller because it's actually... the chair is dominating too much space. I want to do is I want to cut it, paste it on its own layer, come over here, take that, make it smaller, back, give a sense of where the floor would be. I'm not happy with this shin. I want to add a little bit of rotation in this hip actually. And then let me think. Okay, so this guy, I want to have a really overpowering aura, basically. I just want to get my reference here. I want his head to be angled down even though the camera angle is low as well. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Still not happy with his leg. I really want to extend that forward. Give a sense of depth here. Okay, so I think I've got my physique that I want to capture here more or less in place. Now let's just get him more on the chair. So really on the edge of the chair is where he wants to be, which means that comes down a bit so that the overlaps from the hips to the abdomen are a bit more pronounced. Let's do it this way. Okay, here by the chair. Let's just drop that level a little bit more. Just that I don't feel completely like I'm messing up. Something like that. Let's just pull the upper torso down a bit to really settle in there. There we go. Okay, that ought to do the trick there. Sort of want to give a sense of effortless dominance in this picture, basically. I think that rough pose is now pretty much there. Let us tidy up our anatomy a bit more cleanly and decide, no, before we tidy up anatomy, let's just decide, this guy, I need to just make sure that I have my ducks in a row in terms of the lore that I want to convey with him. Because this is an original character, so I should probably make sure that I've got the right vibes in my mind. Let me think. Which role is this guy again? I need to make sure that I'm looking at the correct role. Okay, I know where I'm putting him. Oh no. Is this supposed to be... just making sure that I've got the right... that I'm not mixing up my people. Sorry, just checking something. Okay. So his role I have now fixed. And so now let me just write that in before I forget it. Any place. This is going to be by character template. Let me just grab this. Copy. Paste this in place. Okay. Now I want to make sure that I've got look that will actually flatter him. So first things first, let's just place our formal trousers because that's going to be a thing with this particular character. He is a fairly important chap in terms of rank. So the easiest part of the cut to get right is going to be applying appropriate trousers. Make this 25. Now I want to really give the outfits here a sense of a bit of pomp and intimidation. But also a little bit of a rough and casual. There. Being chilling. How are things going by you, Caleb? The alternate off and back on again worked! Yay! That's great. That is fantastic news. First rule of troubleshooting anything. It works a grand majority of the time. Unless the problem is that the thing won't turn on in the first place. In which case, let's plug it out, plug it back in again. Okay. There's always exceptions. Yeah. In terms of let me just get rough look in place. Now this guy, is kind of begging for a little bit of scruff. Are you drawing this based on anything, Rhea? I'm kind of doing a character concept on the fly. I'm kind of doing character concept on the fly. Because, I have been meaning to draw someone of this sort of build and vibe for a while now, but I haven't been lucky enough to get a commissioner for it, so I've got to kind of do it myself. I haven't got a reference photo that I'm working off of or anything, so as far as posture goes, I posed that out in my own chair, but like no bullet point description. Nope. I'm kind of just working off of vibes. I'm working off of vibes and trying not to copy any of my other characters directly. You know, I just realized that this guy's supposed to be a fairy. Oh, I forgot that part. But it's fine. Round-eared fairy is also fine. Buff fairies. Wild, right? Wait, that makes the second buff fairy in my thing, but this guy's slightly more tanky ball than my other buff fairy, so it's not an issue. The other one's just tall. Yeah, no bullet point descriptions. I'm literally designing this guy on the fly as we sit here. Two-button waistcoat. The buttons of which are currently doing overtime work, but it's fine. Okay, that works. Let's bring this down to 15. No. 15. Okay. Do I actually want to give him the jacket, or do I want to... No. Let me drape the jacket over his shoulders. That's going to be more flattering. If I drape the jacket over his shoulders, it's going to be more flattering, and it's going to mean that I can draw emphasis to the lower arms. While still giving a bit of extra bulk over the shoulder. Also adding to that effortlessly overpowering feeling. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. And now, let's go with once, twice, twice. Okay. So far, he's still a little bit generic. But we'll get there. We're just getting structure in first, and then we'll add characterization proper with details. Because at the moment all we've got in place is some rough structure. That's too narrow now. If we look at the other side. Okay. Okay, hide that. Show the chair. Okay. Cut everything on that side, because we're not going to see it. Okay, that works. Let me do this. I want to just color code what's happening in the background here. so that I can see what I'm actually busy doing. No, I'm not happy with that. I'm going to do a standard 4-leg table. Let's talk about it. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How goes? I beat the first praxis exam. Nice! Well done. Congrats. Well fought. Well... victory deserved. Only 2 more to go. Ah! Best of luck. May your studies bear fruit. And your efforts go well rewarded. Okay. Is he manspreading? A little bit, but, come on. When you've got someone who's this size, basically, chilling in an armchair, it's kind of weird. It would be kind of weird for him not to. Like, it would be kind of a little weird not to. Honestly. He needs a posture check. How goes the arts? The arts is going. We have gotten Zany's sketches. We've gotten the last of Zany's sketch batch in place, so I'm happy with how those went. We managed to get that done. There's a little bit of gore on the channel too. Whoopsie. Sorry, Zany. Couldn't resist showing when you actually get the scar. I'm sorry. And we've managed to get what I'm guessing is probably going to be one of the last iterations on Hype's character design as well. So, minor adjustments here. But I think we're getting closer and closer to final version on this before we can move on to reference sheeting, so it's been going productive. And at the moment, I'm basically designing an OC, so that's what we're at the moment. I am designing and illustrating at the same time because that always worked out so well for me in the past. No. I wanted to do an illustration with a character with this sort of a build for a really long time. And I've just not had the chance to actually sit down and do it. So I'm sitting down and doing the job. And so far so good. I mean, I am once again doing weird things with perspective because I haven't done a fisheye perspective yet either, so I'm throwing that in the mix too, because apparently I can't just do one big experiment at a time. No. As Harrier Citadel, I must overreach every single time. And go with big ideas. And big challenges. Without rest and without fail. But so far so good. I mean, going through the whole character design process on the fly while illustrating. Shoot for the moon. Exactly. The main thing I'm trying to come up with is something that is going to be replicable in terms of a design, but still have enough in line of individuality so that it's not going to look like I just copy-pasted another person. So I'm still early in the process. But we're making slow strides. Have that because it was wrong. There we go. Not happy with the placement of that knuckle. Basically, I see what the issue is here. Issue here is that I've got placements pretty much right for the last two fingers, but not the first two. I want to change that up again. Because at the end of the day, the feeling that I'm aiming for with this character is effortless authority. I want this hand to be really relaxed to give that sense of not needing to try. Now I just need to adjust the scale because that's a little bit big for the entire rest of everything else. So get that down like so. Mustn't be too big. There we go. Okay. So that is almost what all we need here. Pessimistic Hype, hello, hello! I have arrived safe and sound. I even got a small snack. Nice. Nice, nice. How's it going, Ria? It's going well. It's going well. We have pretty much gotten your iteration ready for your arrival. So, that's where we are presently at in terms of look and feel on version 5. But we've also gotten a couple of other things done as well, so so far so good. Really? I need to do this quickly. Edit, preferences, live here. Not like Blender. Okay, so I need 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, 22, 23. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Is it vibing? Is it vibing hype? Look at me, all dapper and stylish. Yay! Very cool. Do you have any idea if we can still include some sort of small detail on the jacket with a bright cyan color tone, like a line running through the middle of the arms or something? We can try a line running through the middle of the arms. Other than that, it looks so cool. I'm glad, I am glad, I'm glad. Okay, so let's look at this. What I did do is I did add a line of, a seam line, basically mirroring the waistcoat on the jacket as well. So maybe let's start with, before we add things on the sleeves, because I'm scared that with the jacket sleeve it can get a little bit, it can get a little bit much. But if we do a line of piping like so, maybe. Maybe a single line detail. Down there, maybe. I'm scared it might be a little bit much. What do you think? Yes, that's the idea. Nothing too crazy, just to give the jacket less of the once style flat color. I like it on the arms. Okay. And are you okay with the piping detail on the front panel as well? By the tailoring? Or did you prefer it without that? Techie, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? I hope that the early part of the week is treating you well. We are currently... Ooh, we've got to hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Oh. I like it as on the front panel as well, but as you said, I'm scared it might be a bit too much. Okay, so let's try no front panel, but on only back. How do you do? I'm doing good. We have been productive so far. We've been very productive and we've gotten places. We've finished some sketches. We're very close to having a design for Hype ready to go into reference sheeting. But it has something. Sorry, I'm so excited. I'm glad. I'm glad. Do you prefer it without the piping on the front panel or with? I passed the second practice exam on this first try. Well done. Let's talk about it. Excellent, 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 excellent. Great job. Great job. That is fantastic news. Well done. Well done. Woohoo! Big insights. Woo! Yeah. I think I like it without. Would be too much, but the black line on the front is great. Yeah, that's just a seam. So it's not actually like a colored thing, it's just a seam. But I think showing the seam is probably not a bad idea. The third one is talented. They don't tell you if you're right when you pick your answer. Oh my. Ooh. I sound like a child describing. It's really the part where my English is lacking. No, it's all good. It's all good. Let's see how this goes. I'm wishing you all of the best with that third exam. Let's talk about it. I hope that it goes well for you. Trust yourself and trust your efforts that you put in. See how it goes. You got this. You got this. But Hype, don't worry about your English. You do amazing. We can figure out what you mean and make sure that we're all on the same page. So, yeah, we're good. Your English is better than some English first language people, so don't worry about it. You type in a nice, clear and concise manner as well, which is also immensely helpful. Yeah, Hype, if you are happy with where we are at, I don't know, you just zoom in a bit so that you can see a couple of the details here. Literally on the waistcoat layer, all I changed was the circles in front. How about at the very edge of the jacket's underside, adding a small border of the cyan? Okay, we can try it. I'm extremely happy with everything else. Fantastic. I'm glad. I think if we're going to do this, what we need to, with the bottom edge, if we want that to make sense, we're probably going to need to include a line of piping the whole way up the lapel as well. So basically tracing this entire line, and then we'd probably want to do around a corner as well. Krahazik, hello, greetings, welcome in. Good to see you. How goes? So let me just do a duplicate. And show you what I mean. You probably need to round this corner. And this becomes very blazerish. And this would be in cord, not in flat fabric. Yeah. If we're going to do that, that'll probably have to be in cord. Not in flat fabric. Zany, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Finally, I finished your sketches. Yay. I'll show you in a moment. Yeah, so the cord would be, in this case, it would be wrapping around a single stretch of cord from this end all the way to here. And the edge of the lapel would also be in cord. In other words, literally a piece of rope that's shiny and fancy looking and the right color. So, Hype, how does that vibe with you? Yay! How are you on this lovely day? I'm doing well. We've been productive. We have gotten a couple of things done out of the to-do list, and we've got progress happening on all sorts of fronts, so it's been going well. We've been busy, but it's been good. Also, the plumber arrived and has quoted us, so we're expecting to get all of the various broken things fixed in the next couple of days. Yay. Either tomorrow or the next day. Woohoo! That's too much in my opinion, sorry. No, don't apologize. That's why we try things. We see, okay, does it work? Yes or no? If no, we can revert. In which case, are you happy with just the line at the bottom? Actually, if we're gonna do the cyan here, it should probably be on the interior lining. Sorry, the interior lining of the jacket. As the primary thing. Let me think. So if that one's going away because we know that it's too much. Let's not delete it though. I just want to try one more thing. Duplicate. I want to try one more thing. I actually kind of like the single line going around the bottom of the jacket. Okay. In terms of how it would be tailored, I'm struggling to think of that properly at the moment, but it's fine. How would this be constructed? Would this just be... What would the construction on this be? I just want to make a note for myself here quickly. It is really only the small detail, else I think everything is perfect. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. So then, what we might want to do... has returned. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is this. In terms of the seams here. Because... we want that to close. Then it is going to need to come around the back here. For the lining. So it's going to be that sort of a seam. Okay. Yeah. It'll just have to be a blunt cut like that, it's fine. Okay, save. I will also look for references we talked about regarding the key and the mold. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With those... yeah. I will correct them all in the reference sheet, but it's just concept here. But if we've got a reference for them all proper, when we do the actual thing, I will have that with the right proportions and the right colors, because I kind of just guesstimated this and I guesstimated so wrong. I know I got it so wrong, but it was just concept. But okay, if we are happy, then we're gonna freeze design. Hype, are you okay with that? Alright, in the meantime, Zany, I just want to show you the sketches that we finished up for you. We got 1, 2, and 3. I hope they are satisfying. I hope they are okay. Can you try the bright line on the top one more time? It also looked good. I can't decide. These look awesome. Ah, yay! Thank you. Bright line on top. Do you mean the line along the seam. Along the black line, is that the seam? Yes, it is. Okay, so let me just do this. Eek. So that's with versus without. That's the nut. Got it. The seam it is. Ah, okay. Interesting. So that's what the German word for seam is. Nut. Huh. So we learn things. So do you prefer with or without? Which is vibing better with you? Yes, with. It gives it just that extra bit of detail. Let's keep this. Might not vibe well with the bottom line though. What's your opinion on this? I think if we're going to do this line, then we must not do the line at the bottom, because it's going to clash. If we had to do a choice between the line at the bottom and the line along the seam, I would suggest the line along the seam because it's more flattering for the figure. Because the bright line horizontally is just going to make your hips look wider. I agree, so let's get rid of that bottom line with the extra detail also be bordered with the black. Yeah, so this is literally going to be as you see it here, it's not going to have how can I phrase this? At the moment, we've just marked off where a piece of fabric of that color is going to be. Outlines are kind of just a matter of rendering. In terms of where the fabrics are what colors, it's going to be a bit like that. So all of the black lines are just construction. This sort of a charcoal color is the only equivalent black. The rest is just rendering. So in terms of how it would be sewn, what you'd have is you'd have a piece of blue fabric and a piece of blue fabric, and you'd have this little piece of blue through there, and there'd be a little core in the middle of that. Does that make sense? So the stitches would go through there. So it would be a little piece of... It's literally what we call piping. So you'd have a piece of fabric, the little wedge with a piece of rope in there to hold the shape, and then the other piece of fabric. That's how the construction on that would work. So it's got a little bit of texture to it. But if we're okay with that, then we're going to take out this bottom detail here. I had sewing classes in grade school. I do not remember my sewing classes in grade school. Izuki, Izuki. I win! Well done, let's talk about it. Well done, well done, well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Big win. Big win. Nicely done. Forget about failing 4 times yesterday. Shh, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. What did you just say? I can't remember what you just said. What? Never mind. This can't possibly be important, right? Okay. But hype, are we happy? Freeze design. Save button. Save button is my friend. Nope, didn't say nothing. Okay, okay. Extremely, thank you so much. Awesome! So we will be able to start putting this on a reference sheet in the run of this week, seems like. Maybe next week. References have been sent as well. Awesome, thank you, thank you, thank you. Woohoo! Victory! It's definitely grown up a little bit from where we started. Like, I just want to see the A-B comparison with iteration 1 and iteration 5. Like, just the A-B comparison to see where we started and where we ended up. Like, we've come a ways. Refinements. Still has a similar feel without being underdone, I think. There isn't. Yeah, it was into button hit. Unfortunately. There isn't too much change since you already got it very much to my liking the first try. Yay! I am glad, I am glad. Once again, good references help. Good references help get close to your main idea really fast, really quickly. So, once again, thank you for providing good, concise, clear references. But yeah, we got there. We got there. Happiness is. Coolio. Save. So I will proceed with putting this into references soon and very soon. But we've got to hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Alright, so I'm just gonna close here. Zany, I don't know if you are still lurking or if you saw these still. I'm not sure. But I will be sending them through to you at the end of stream. I promise. You're gonna get these within the next 12 hours. They are going to be in your inbox. So, yay. So with that being the case, let us return to the current project, which is iterating out this original character. And figuring this guy out. What was I gonna do? I want to choose, he is basically, manga. Okay, so we've gotten our duo pick in place. I hope that that is satisfactory. Took a few liberties in terms of outfit in this case, considering that I've got no idea what the actual lore is at this point in the timeline. But then we've also got an action shot. That's not Zany's jacket. No, like I said, I took a couple of liberties outfit-wise. I'm not sure because it's in a different point in the timeline. I would assume that there would be maybe changes. So I kind of went for something that could be like another level of formal wear. That's not the usual one. Not the usual jacket. Which, looking at it, it feels like the bicolor jacket is pretty much, very much in tune with later part lore after things have gone south. And elemental abilities awoken and all of that madness. Which I'm assuming is also where the hair discoloration comes in and all of that. So I took a couple of liberties. I apologize. I wanted to give something that was sort of close, but not 100% the same. But also notice that the shirt is different. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's something we'll be working on in the hopefully near future. Ooh. Excitement! Excitement, excitement, excitement. Yes. So yeah, then we've also got the action shot, which I kind of got caught up in the hair because I started with this one today. And then I kind of lost a little bit of time on everywhere else, but mostly happy with how this one came out in the end. And then I also had a moment of let's try and see how close my predictions on lore are going to be and add the moment where we get the scar in place. Shots ranging from adorable to really cool. Awesome work. Thank you! Yeah. This is the first time that we've actually got a little bit of gore on the channel, so sorry about that, Zany. But I kind of was really curious about this particular point in the timeline as well, because it's obviously a little bit of a watershed moment. What it leads to and the order of operations, I do not know. What came first, the scar or the elemental ability awakening? I don't know. So made a rough guess and figured probably things wake up after trauma. Because that made sense to me. So yeah. So it's a little bit more of a brutal image, but it's not in color, so it shouldn't be too graphic for some people. Hopefully. So yeah. Hopefully those three work for you. Hopefully they serve a purpose. I don't know if I don't recall if I showed you the previous two. A bit of embroidery, because apparently she enjoyed doing that. More casual, at home sort of a dress. Also took a couple of liberties there, because one can, I suppose. And then also getting ready for some magic practice. So that is the vibe. No apologizing. This is awesome. Okay, I am glad. Whew. Non-communication skib style. You kind of get what you get. Art is always a little bit of a risk both ways. It's like, you don't know what you're gonna get, and you don't know if the person is gonna like what you give them. So, if it went well, then I'm happy. So, I will be exporting these at the end of stream. So, yay! Happiness is. Now I see that I got my color choices wrong there, but it's fine. Okay. Now, this guy. You know what? He is lacking his wings. He is actually the same species as Claret, who is in Misthaven, because this is a new Misthaven character that we're working on. New Misthaven character. So he is actually also fairy. Surprise, surprise. Wild. I know, right? In the world build, I'm calling them rarekin. No, don't want to tatter. I don't want to tatter. Not that way anyway. One, 2, 3. like so. That will work. And on this side, no, undo, undo, undo. Let's do one notch like that, and one at that angle around over there. And a notch like that. Okay. Which actually means that this is going to need to be a bit lower, because why? He's going to need a backless shirt. Kind of wild to give someone with this build a backless shirt, ain't it? But it works. And you wonder why he drapes his jacket over his shoulders, is to keep that open back warm. Warm. Nah. Let's go with this. Clean that up. Just get a reference here. This is going to be more horizontal. By get a reference, I mean position a small mirror and hold the thing in approximately the same thing so that I can see what it looks like in my own hand. Okay, and then that's gonna be to there, yes. Something like that ought to do the trick. Okay, there we go. He's going to be holding a glass, so I don't really need to worry too much about how things look here in terms of contact point. But yeah, okay. So yeah. My idea for this person is that he is the... basically... another regional leader, just like Claret. But technically a subordinate of hers. By like one rung. Because his post is unofficial while hers is. Unofficial in the sense of the overarching world build, in terms of legal systems and whatnot, because the place he is in charge of, nobody knows that it exists. Until all of a sudden it becomes plot relevant. Now, let's see. I do also want to give him some sort of armament. It feels like a weapon is missing from this picture. It feels like a weapon is missing from this picture. Let me just lock this opacity and pull that with this just slightly off black so that I can see everything a bit more clearly. Let me just check in my weapons categories. What would be... weapons... I feel like he would be an axe kinda guy. I feel like he wants an axe. He strikes me as an axe kind of guy. Let's see. Something like that. There we are. Not happy with that curvature. Let's pull this back. There we go. Is that another? This is just... He feels like the sort of person who would carry an axe. Let's just get a nicer curvature here. There we go. Okay. That says something. That says something about him, I think. Now, let's see. In terms of footwear here, I feel like the trousers are actually making them a little bit too generic now. Hold on. Trousers are feeling a bit generic. I want to try something. Let me just quickly block out my idea. Just planning something out quickly. Okay, and that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverages, and then let's take a sip. Mine is almost empty, so I need to make a walk soon. just getting a rough concept of the design captured in a way that I can quickly iterate. Not quite that high. Okay, that works for a start. Now, we need to get roll up sleeves in there. Unless I actually make them 3/4 length sleeves with a intentional cuff, that's also an option. But nevertheless, let us look at our pants options. I might actually just do that. Give them a 3/4 shirt with 3/4 sleeve shirt with actual intentional cuffs at that height. And I have got dropped frames. Is my... Okay, that is still functional. Okay, just needed to check that. Encoding overloaded, of course it is. Let me just close Zany's stuff temporarily. It's overloaded because I've got a huge canvas open. Bigger than normal. Probably. Now, I want to see what was my pattern on here again. It was one round, angle sharp, so round, angle sharp, then round and short, then angle, big angle. Like that, and an arrow hole, basically. Okay. Alright, so that's gonna be our wings. now in terms of our pants setup, I want to avoid doing the boring. Let me see. I want to almost think of I forget what it's called, that combination piece that's somewhere between the more modern type of armor where you've got the tacet and the cuisse combined into a single unit. That's articulated. Like, I kind of want to do something like that. I don't want to go full plate, but I kind of want to do something almost like a sort of a leather armor, almost like a boiled leather. Let's see if we do... no, not happy with that. I do want to give him something interesting on the leg, but I don't want it to be... I don't want him to go into full plate. I don't want him to go into full plate and sabatons. Let me see, what can I do that will give us the... high leg feeling. And I almost want to say... do we want narrow soles? Or... Now we're gonna go for slightly thicker soles. Okay, not slightly thicker soles, we're gonna go with heavy soles. Let's see how this works out. Although just take the entire thing and make it ever so slightly smaller, because that does not look right. Remembering that the length of your foot is the same as the length of your forearm. That is probably a helpful thing to keep in mind. Okay. That gives us that cut. Reinforcement. Closure here. So that I'm not happy with, so that goes away. Now, what kind of boot scenario can we turn this into that will firstly flatter the leg, and secondly match the formal looking top. Firstly, that cut is wrong. It looks too... that looks wrong. Okay, One of the great rules that I have when it comes to designing clothing is always, how on earth do you put this on? That's the one thing I always try to keep in mind when I'm designing clothing, is how would you actually put this thing on? Because if you can't figure that out, and you're going on form without including that kind of minor detail of the function, then that's when very, very, very nonsensical outfits happen. That make cosplayers cry. Oh no. The opening isn't going to be on the inside of the leg, it's going to be on the outside of the leg, but... Let's see. This definitely wants belt sort of scenario there. One above the knee. One below the knee. And one in the middle. Okay. So that gives us a little bit of texture to work with. Like that. Let's see. This wants a sort of a clip here. Okay. And this is going to want to be this is also going to want to pull tension forward first, because this is going to attach to the suspenders, which we can't see, but which are actually underneath the waistcoat. And on the rear end, what's going to happen on the back, how it's going to work. Suspenders. This sort of mid-thigh cross anchor is just to stop things from twisting as one moves around. Keep the boots up and stop them twisting. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That looks a bit more interesting to me than just straight, normal, boring, modern trousers. I think that looks a little bit more interesting. So, let's go quickly here, file, save as. We are in Misthaven, put it in characters. This one. New folder. I'm not going to name the folder yet because I haven't decided on this guy's name yet. I've got time to think of it though. I know he needs to exist, but I haven't figured out his name yet. Come on, catch up with me, please and thank you. I will rename the folder later, so let's just go outfit concept. Okay, save. And now let's replace that over here. No, leave it on a diamond shape. Fine. Okay. Here we are. Nudge the entire thing a little bit higher up the leg. Add a bit more curvature to it. There we go. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this detail here as well. And this little cleat basically exists to make it easy to actually bend the knee. So as the knee bends, this cleat straightens out and opens up. And here what I want to do is I want to add a bit of additional contour here. Well, is one of those plates going to be enough? Or am I going to need two? I think I'm going to need two of these plates. Hmm. There we are. Okay. That works. Hmm. Okay, that works. Okay, that's that section. Okay, we're getting there, slowly but certainly. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put the fastenings on a sort of a clip-in sort of a fastening. On the exterior side of the leg. Okay, roughly like that. Okay, something like that. What do we do? Save there. I can refine this. I can refine and reference this into more detail later. Let's keep at it here because we're now at a point where anything that you can't see from behind really isn't our problem. For right now. Okay, but I do want to look at changing the sleeve. I want to look at changing the sleeve. Into a dedicated 3/4 with a cuff. Okay, now let me think, what other bits of character defining information can I apply to the outfit that tells us a little bit about his station. I think an epaulet is also in order for him. And in this case, we're gonna have a cord run. No, the cord won't be on the run on the outside. It's got to run under the arm, under the sleeve arm. Um, brooch on this side. The brooch is going to want to slip on this spot here. I'll come up with details for the brooch in a bit. That'll be the issue, I think. Not standard issue. Standard motif for reckonability, I think. Used to have that sort of a insect wing pattern somewhere. Although this is a little bit heavy. Okay, that's that. Okay. I know nothing about jewelry, so hopefully that makes sense to someone who actually does. Now I'm going to add a bit of cord around that edge. And let me think. Let's go with something like this. Actually, let me just straighten this out a little bit. Because then I can make this blade a little bit longer. I feel like that says something about in terms of characterization. A part of the clothing that's supposed to hold a flower is instead holding a sword. I think that says something. Okay, so I think I have procrastinated enough. I need to finalize this guy's facial features. I'm not 100% certain I am sold on the exact shape of his beard yet. I know I want him to have a beard, but I don't know if I'm sold on this shape yet. I feel like he can have more. I feel like he can have more hair for some reason. It doesn't look balanced without a moustache. That's what the problem is. It doesn't look balanced without a moustache. That looks a little bit more set. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Now I also need to figure out how to draw his hair that is going to also be replicable. Because that is going to be an issue if I can't do it more than once. Why? Because I am definitely going to be drawing this guy more than once. Facts. Let's see. Let's think. I'm not entirely sure that I'm even happy with how that flows there. Feels like I'm copying someone, but I don't realize I'm copying. Let's get that information gone because it's throwing me. I'm not happy with that. Let's just open our outfit concept again quickly so that I can just check here. Okay, if I can't draw it simply, I can't draw it at all, so. Let me think. I want it to be a little bit rougher than this. I kind of don't want him to be too clean cut. I want him to be a little bit disheveled. Slightly careless with his appearance. Okay. Then okay, so let me just copy this. Copy, paste. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Just drop this over here. Because I want to add a little bit more asymmetry because we've got the weight of the brooch on this side. I kind of want to put a little bit more weight on the opposite side to counteract that. Okay. Something like that. Which on this side is going to look something like... Okay. That's straightforward enough to repeat, I think. We should be able to do that more than once. Okay. So now we drop this here, and we repair accordingly. Okay. Okay, now if I hide, is it that one? Yes. Okay, and save and close that. We should have something a little bit closer to a plan. Okay. As for what I'll populate those shelves with, let's grab that and unlock. Hide you for a moment. Okay. Okay. We're not gonna see what's on this back shelf here at all. This is going to get refined a lot later, so I'm not too perturbed about accuracy at this point. Just giving myself the idea of what I'm populating those all with. Okay. And down here. These should probably be books. I'm just gonna rough in here again. So that I don't have to do it again manually on the other side. There we go. Now let's go with what else can we put in here? I can probably put one of those down. Something like that ought to do. So our weapons display slash bookcase with the gift stash in the top right corner is in place. I'm happy with that. Let's put that back onto the 5. Okay. So we've pretty much got our concept in place. Now I just want to furnish in parts of the room that are on the sides here. Okay, then here what I want to do is this side. I want to stick a fireplace, or no, not a fireplace. Why? Because he's underground. You know what? Let's not clutter the edges. Let's not clutter the edges. Cornice, okay. Okay. So I'm pretty happy that we've got a interesting composition going here. In terms of our fish islands and our respective wall, everything points approximately to his belly, but with the angle of his wings it points up to his face. The wings in his coat points up to his face, which is nice. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. This is going to be the last one, I think, from my side, because the bottle is empty and it is also 1:05 in the morning at the at the UTC time zone, so... Right. So, I'm happy that we have established what is going to be the next big illustration in between commissions. I think this is going to be an interesting one. What do you guys think? It ought to render out into something very interesting to look at, I think. I hope so, anyway. I think it'll render out nicely. Well, in between other things, I will think of the guy's name and his color scheme. Because he does not yet have a name. So that's gonna be a thing. But it's just... no. Undo. Oh. Okay, and just want to get a sense for how this is going to shape up. is that layer again? Yeah. That angle is too steep. Okay, almost ready to pull the night to a close. There we go. I think that'll be a decent enough preview, I think. I think this is a decent enough preview of what's to come. Okay. Guys, thank you for joining us for Tuesday productivity. I know Tuesdays are a quiet night in chat, but I appreciate you guys lurking either which way very much. Hopefully it was a little bit interesting seeing the thought process going into this, because I kinda am just going on a whim a little bit. But it's Misthaven related, actually, so it's not irrelevant. This is another Misthaven character. And who knows, he might just be someone likable. You never know. We will find out when I've written him a little bit more. I know he needs to exist because I've had a placeholder for him in the back of my brain, but I hadn't actually developed the guy yet. So we will see how he pans out, but hopefully this gives us at least an idea of the sort of vibe that he will have in canon. So, yes, I am still writing. It's just taking time. Because there is a lot to write. There is a lot to write, and I do not always have the brain juice. At the early part of the day, in between first and second sleeps, after handling all of my other responsibilities, I don't always necessarily have brain juice in the right wavelengths for doing the writing, but I try. One sentence at a time, honestly. That's how it goes. But I am going to export this, and I'm going to glaze this, and then tomorrow I will put up the teaser for this, and I don't know, ask for name suggestions. I think that's gonna be the plan. See if anyone comes up with interesting ideas. Because otherwise I will probably end up trying to thematically match him with Claret. Who... No. Wait. I have two other written Rarekin. Claret and Lark. And between them there isn't a naming convention, so you know what? I'm not gonna bother trying to come up with a naming convention. For the Rarekin. I think that would actually just be a waste of time trying to come up with something like that. But there we go. We've got a character. Hopefully he's interesting. And you're going to be seeing a lot more of him over the next week or 3. So, enjoy the view, I guess. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. My brain juice has run dry, as has my hydrates. So, rest well when you get to it. Thank you for joining me. And may the remainder of your Tuesday be productive. And I shall see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we are doing... Let me just double check. Because I can't remember. Let me just go here so that I can see. Tomorrow we are going to probably be working on the 3D model again, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Alright, so thank you guys once again, and until next time, cheery bye! Night night.